Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. Today we are going to be doing the brand new Lego Dark Falcon. And we have a couple different mics, a couple different cameras, and we are going to do this thing. Now, this is a L-E-G-O Lego Star Wars The Dark Falcon. 1,579 pieces with 6 minifigures and a very big box. So, this set I have been waiting for so long. When it comes to this set, I didn't know about it until I knew about it. And once I knew about it, I could not get it. It's got the reverse characters, Beach Luke. Let me show you. We've got Beach Luke, Jedi Vader, Bounty Hunter C-3PO, Darth Dev, Darth Jar Jar, and Darth Ray. Now, I've wanted the Millennium Falcon for a while, and to be able to get all these cool characters alongside it is absolutely insane. I'm so excited to build it. Looking at the other side here, we've got Bounty Hunter C-3PO with Jedi Vader. We've got Beach Luke and Darth Jar Jar up here. We've got the extensions here. We get a good semblance of what this is all about. And honestly, I never thought we'd see the day of Darth Jar Jar. I thought we for sure actually weren't going to. But this box is very big. Let's get it down on the table and let's check out what it really holds. Alright. So, this is basically for scale. My hand down in this corner. I'll put it right in the middle. That is my hand for scale. This thing is big. And we've got the Millennium Falcon itself. We've got Beach Luke, Jedi Vader, Bounty Hunter C-3PO, Darth Dev, Darth Jar Jar, and finally, Darth Ray. And this is part of the Rebuild the Galaxy show. We've got Lego, Star Wars. Like I said, 1,579 pieces, nearly 1,600. For reference, the Guardians of the Galaxy ship was something like 1,100 pieces. But I do want to flip this over before we dive deep into it. So, this is what we're going to be building. These are the flaps I was talking about. They open up and you can see a little world going on inside. Every little character is doing something different. And Darth Jar Jar is at the helm of it all. Interesting how that worked out. But we've got Luke with his spilled milk getting attacked by Darth Ray. Jedi Vader running away from Darth Jar Jar and Darth Dev. and Bounty Hunter C-3PO just big chilling over in this corner. Now, let's get into it. We've got our handy dandy knife here. And we've put it away. Opening this up. I'm so glad it's not one of those easy stick ones where I have to break through the box. This allows me to keep the box in a little better shape. Now, for the reveal we've all been waiting for. There is no way to make it. It's basically when you want something to be ASMR, that is going to be the least ASMR thing. It's almost like a mystery box, because every time I reach in, I have no idea what's going to come out. Making some space because this is a lot of bags. We've got the instructions there. And there we have it. We have all 17 bags right here. And we have our instructions and our big pieces over to the right. So let's get organized and get into the build. There we go. We've got our first bag right here. And let's look at our instructions. Getting back out the old knife. That is thick. That is thick. This book is thick with 3 C's. 542 steps. And the first starts here. Placing this up here and opening to our first page. Look at that. The journey has begun. Watch those for me. Just like that, we've got steps 1 and 2 done. And heck, why not make it 3? The reason this is one of my favorite sets that I've done to date, and I've done some amazing ones, is 1, the size. The size is crazy. However, that's not all. Size isn't everything. It's because it's the Millennium Falcon itself. You grow up watching Star Wars and learning about this distant galaxy far, far away. And you grow to just want to be a part of it, to be a part of something bigger. And other than Star Wars, Avatar is the only thing that's ever made me feel that way. And the Millennium Falcon, there was always the jokes in the circles when we were all kids about making the Kessel Run in less than 12 parsecs. And Han shot first and all of those fun things. All culminating with the fact, let's see, on the inside I can see 3.5 I can see 1, 2, 3. On here I can only see 2, so quick distribution. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It was correct. 6, 7. Alright. And it's the other way. But the Millennium Falcon basically allowed us to all dream about this ship that none of us were ever able to ride on up until Disney made it a reality. But up until that point, I know every one of us wanted to be a Jedi, or a smuggler, or a bounty hunter. It depends on what type of person you were, or are. I myself wanted to be a Jedi. Now, that might not be the most popular option. 2, 4, 5, and 6, and the red piece. However, it was my option, and maybe it is the popular option. I am certainly no expert in people per se, and honestly, if more people wanted to be Jedi than bounty hunters, maybe. I think the casual fan is who you're going to want to find, or where you're going to find the people that wanted to be just Jedi. I feel like I know more hardcore fans that enjoy the aspects of being like a bounty hunter, and maybe that's grown because of The Mandalorian. I would be fully there for that kind of transformation. We are 4 minutes in, or 5, or 20, I don't know, and I've already made a grave mistake. Let's get our handy dandy tool. There we go. And those go on the inside. On the inside. Personally, I always wanted to be a Jedi like Anakin. I had seen Revenge of the Sith, I still wanted to be like Anakin. I am... Scotty, what are you doing? Get your head in the game, buddy. I definitely did this piece the hard way. There we go. There we are. And the reason I always wanted to be a Jedi was because I loved the idea of being able to use the Force. And honestly, the idea of being able to use a lightsaber. Since I've grown up, I've actually loved the idea of learning something like broadsword. And in my college days, I in fact did do that. I took a theater class and learned the basics of broadsword, and it was so much fun. There was not a moment during that segment of class where I was ever bored. Now, I did tend to injure myself later in the semester. I don't know about you, but towards the end of semesters, I would weirdly enough find myself always getting hurt or sick. And I think it's just my body was telling me, take a break, dude. And you just gotta kind of thug it out for the rest of the semester before you can take that break sometimes. And I was not a person that liked to take breaks either. I've got that completely upside down, don't I? Alright, so we're gonna do some big brain plays right here. I'm gonna do that, then take this off the bottom, and that is it. And how is this one going to fit in? I'm assuming, and this is just speculation, but I'm assuming that I was supposed to do that. We will find out in 20 steps when it turns out that no, in fact I shouldn't have. And we are like cruising through this. That's step 14. Theoretically speaking, in the grand scheme of things, we don't have too much left. There we go. Alright, we need 2 of those and 1, 2, 3, 4 of these. And we're going to attach them to this side. And there should be between these two. Okay, I see how it is. Had the right idea, wrong execution. And there we have it. You just have to see the picture is like this, and so we want to place it like this, with the last one being in the final hole at the end. Now, if you would like to see these videos without talking, let me know down below. Like I said, am not a mind reader, and I love hearing from you all. So, curtailing that. I love to make content that you all enjoy. And so that is why I ask you, which would you rather? And it's not really a would you rather, it's more of I will do it this specific way first, and then later down the line I will release it in the other sense of the word. We're going to go ahead and use this tool. No, we are not. So, we are going to go ahead and make ends meet in our own way. There we go. And just like that, our road continues. We are running low on pieces in the very first bag. And though I do want to tell a story more about Star Wars, why I love it, and just more on the topic, I would also like to save that for the next bag because, ladies and gentlemen, and all of you beautiful, wonderful, amazing people, we are almost there. This piece is going to go right here, I believe. It is actually going to line up like so. And we have 3 more pieces here. Pretty much what we're doing here is just anchoring down the final few pieces. And actually, I'm seeing that part, and this final piece is going 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And that does it for bag number 1. Just going back through the steps. And there we go. What you didn't see is I just moved the entire basically set up 1 piece because I noticed a little goof this is gonna take a little bit of time, so I finally have that chance to talk about a little more Star Wars. We were towards the end last time, so I didn't fully want to get into a big story. But I remember so many moments as a Star Wars fan, but none quite like my dad's constant remindings of how he wished he had gotten me into something that wasn't Star Wars. But honestly, I could not imagine not being a Star Wars fan at this point, because it has been such a big part of my life. And while I don't do as many Lego builds as some other Star Wars fans, I do try to do them when I can afford to do them. Because at the end of the day, if I can fire up Star Wars, it's a pretty good day indeed. I remember long car trips. I would have my laptop, which was pretty much the newest piece of technology to me to have my own laptop. I remember back when there were the screens that were like little DVD players in themselves. And those were quite the adventure. I can tell this is going to need that eventually anyway. But basically what I used to do is I used to just watch movies on replay. And I would just replay them and replay them and replay them. And that's honestly why I am not good at keeping up with Star Wars anymore, is because I watched them so much when I was young. So, it is a little bit hard sometimes to watch it, but if I just sit down and start watching it, I certainly am not going to be the one that turns it off. There used to be a store I lived by before I moved that was just this big haven of Star Wars collectors stuff. Anything from action figures to board games to this and that. That's the best way I can put it, is anything basically that you wanted Star Wars would probably be there, including a very large Darth Maul figure. It was, I believe, 6 feet. I think it was a life-size Darth Maul. And I always told myself, if I was able to afford it, I would definitely get it. Unfortunately, I was not able to afford it pretty much ever. Not to this point, at least. And so I have not gotten it. Move this to the side for now. And I'm missing a piece, but no big deal. these days, I think it would be really fun to do a Lego Star Wars build where I basically read the entire script of Star Wars, at least one of the movies, during the video. It is a early thought, but I think it's an interesting one. I think it's definitely doable, and if I do something like a non-speaking build of a Lego set, then it could be very, very interesting indeed. So then, basically what I was saying was, it could be something like where and this was supposed to be on the other side, but I could, in theory, do the no speaking build, and then voice over with the script. I think it would be another version, another opportunity, and a lot of fun. I am all turned around here. There we go. So I figured it out. Somehow I did it backwards. It is fine. It works on this side here. But now we're going to faithfully follow the steps back here and then make a giant leap in pages. This is kind of my one thing with Legos, where I sometimes make that mistake of building it, just building it. No, but I thought I was building it the correct way, and it turns out that I, in fact, was not. And it's always like one of the first steps. Now I'm actually angling it the way the picture is. That should be helpful. So we need 3 of these. There is the piece we need. And we've already collected the pieces for the next part, so that is good. To me, it looks like we're doing it the exact same way, so I am quite nervous. we will get there no matter what. Go. We are on schedule. So, we've got the building blocks here. We've got the building blocks here. Turns out the first time I was correct, and then I ended up confusing myself. But now, all we have to do is finish strong. And this part will be just like that. We are back on track. We have our finishing touches here. And you can already kind of see the base going here, so that's a lot of fun. And you're probably wondering, Scotty, why have there been so many edits? And it's because I may have or may not have, I am not at liberty to say, made a little bit of an error once again. But we are here now, so no harm, no foul. Alright, we're really anchoring stuff down now. So, this long piece, actually, I see. Final long piece is going to end up right there. Going to rotate real quick. That there. Can you see what I am seeing here? Well, I hope so, because if not, we've got a problem. But we are like absolutely beaming. This is kinda nuts. Time really does fly when you're having fun. And rotating again. I guess this is kind of like the meta is just face the Lego in the correct direction. You might think that seems obvious, but that is where you're right. Getting our first little splash of red, or at least this glossy, like transparent red. And until we anchor that down, it does not feel secure at all. But this is what we're working with to this point. This, I believe, is the front, while this, I believe, will be the back. Moving on to bag 3. Alright. Three, 4, 5, 6. So we get our first big piece out of the big bag, as well as open bag number 3. I just realized that bag number 3 did not have any of these little pieces, so good on them for that. Two, three, four, five, six, 5, 6, 7, and 8. I'd rather be slow and steady and get it right than quick and get it wrong. And now that I've said that, watch me somehow do the thing. yeah, baby. Feel like Wario in Mario Party. Oh, baby. But we are officially getting our looks at the build itself. Where are we rocking? We're rocking a bit of a weird place here. Alright. I'm actually, quietly geeking out over here. The fact that we're officially starting to see some real good movement here is very, very exciting to me. 2, 4, 6, and we're finally using that big piece as well. The outline is right here, and this I assume will be the cockpit now that we're further along. Eight. So I want one with 2, 4, 6, 2, 4, 6, 8, okay. May have overthought that one a little bit. Little square, we finally get to use you. Almost had a kerfuffle there. Are you seeing what I am seeing? We're on to bag 4, and things are getting real. Setting this aside once again, we move to bag 4. Bag number 4 has begun, and we're making some pretty good time here. I know in the past, builds will last longer than they need to, because I am sometimes a little goofy. But this, so far, fingers crossed at least, is going pretty well. Two, and there's a third. Perhaps, yes. There is 1, 2, and finally this piece. Those are all facing outward. Both of these go in the middle and cap it off with a nice smooth finish. I remember I have written in the past, when I first started getting into acting, I got really into reading body language, and I started to read into Jar Jar Binks' body language. And I began writing a actual YouTube video, and I still have the paper for why I believed Darth Jar Jar was a real thing based on my expertise in reading people. And it was going very well. I lost steam in the project, I got busy with other stuff, but let's just say I had pretty good evidence for my case. It came down to the idea of Ahmed Best using Drunken Fist for his walking style, and what his body language basically overall said about what he was saying and what he was saying without saying it. Because you can see a lot of low-key manipulation tactics in his performance. His performance was actually quite genius, in my opinion. I know a lot of people didn't like it, but I have found the beauty in it. And also, I never was one to hate on Ahmed's Jar Jar. I thought it was actually well done. I enjoyed the character. I believe I was the target audience when the movies came out. Or at least I would be. Seeing how I was not born yet when the Phantom Menace came out. Well, that was made a lot easier than I initially expected. So props there. And we've got our first sticker here. Number 14. Not the worst sticker placement I've done. We take W's where we can get them. I feel like I have come a long way since my first build, especially on this channel. I didn't used to build Legos on my own. I loved destroying Legos. I loved having battle scenes with them and pretty much just wrecking the Lego sets themselves, but I was never big into the actual build. When I first got this set, or when I was trying to get this set, I did not pre-order it from the Lego site. I figured, I could just get it in the store when it came out. I was immediately greeted with the fact that Star Wars fans show up for cool things. I see. I've got a little bit of a piece here to put together. And it looks like another one of the pieces we've already done, so it should be no problemo at all. And that statement right there is what everybody says before their inevitable downfall. to face it in the right direction, and then I'm going to go back and work on this piece here. But I was, back to the story, I was so determined to get this that I stayed up till like 3 in the morning the night before I'm shooting this and was waiting because I knew I saw once the clock struck midnight, I could see what was about to happen and it was not going to be in my favor. So I ended up getting my hands on it. Alright. Mentally, I am shadowboxing this piece so hard, and I'd like, if you're at this point in the video, comment "Das kinda karma" or something like that, because I said it looked easy and I immediately found myself lacking. That is going to go on this side. But of course, imagine I put this on backwards. Once again, back to the story. I really wanted to do this video as quick as I possibly could. Not only for the video's sake, but because I was so excited to put this together, to be fair. Just hang with me for these stories. And I was really scared I wasn't going to be able to get it because it was already sold out on the Lego store. And it had back orders going all the way to, it was like August 22nd. So for someone that was trying to get a video out tonight and had every intention of doing that, or I guess by this time you see this, it will be either tomorrow night or not quite, or some other time basically. Far removed from the night that this was recorded. Alright, so that does go there. was losing it a little bit when I noticed that the backlog had gone all the way to August 22nd. So I scrambled. I went straight to Amazon and, without even a second thought, bought it and went to the store and bought another one at a local place because my friend really, really sold me on this. So I wanted to be like him and get this on opening day. And we're actually going to start focusing on another project here. And I know this is going to be a very long video, so if you finish it in parts, I definitely do not blame you, and I would do the exact same thing. Because at the end of the day, no matter how fast I can go, this is a lot of pieces, and I have dreams and aspirations of one day building even bigger sets on this channel that will probably take more nights than just one to film. Something like I recently watched The Lord of the Rings for the first time, and I would love to get my hands on the Eye of Sauron tower that is out there. Let's stop daddling right there. I was about to put that in the wrong place. Turn it the right way, Scotty. Get your head in the game. I seriously don't know how I have been overlooking that fact that I can just face it in the correct direction and it would make my life so much easier. There we go, there's the right piece. It's going to be aiming inward. And then this right here, followed by a little command post. We're doing the cockpit. That's what's up. Oh man, it's like, it feels almost nostalgic, but at the same time it feels like a brand new thing. Which is awesome that they can do with such a well-known ship. And don't look now, but the amount of pieces we have left in bag number 4 is dwindling. Seeing as I have now told you a little bit about my Star Wars journey, and I will continue in this video to tell you about my Star Wars journey, I would love to know what your Star Wars journey was like. Because I've come to realize no two stories are the exact same. physically do not remember the first time I watched Star Wars, but I do remember having basically the toy lightsaber fights with my friend who was older than me, but we were still really good friends. And we would reenact the Revenge of the Sith fight. I remember one day specifically, it was always my favorite to be Anakin, and we would say the words and everything else. It was so much fun. And as much as I would have loved to do something similar in my broadsword class, I ended up doing broadsword to the Pirates of the Caribbean fight between Jack Sparrow and William when they are in the armory. And that is the first movie, the first interaction between that group of scallywags. And a perfect beginning, really, to such an amazing trilogy and beyond. And one last project, it looks like. Maybe two. Got some anchor pieces here. Another anchor piece. I don't know if that's actually what they're called. I'm calling it an anchor piece because it's basically, in my eyes, locking everything together. couple of tricky pieces right there, indeed. And there we are, getting ready to open bag number 5. We've definitely got the outline, we've got the cockpit, and we're kind of starting on another level over in this area. It seems like we've gone so far in such a short amount of time. skipped a couple of steps here, but somehow it all worked out. And by worked out, I mean it didn't affect literally anything. That is the first one that does not go there. That lines up there. We get some of these single pieces. Deja vu. We're starting by making this the exact same. It won't stay that way, but for now, we start the base as we did before, and we finally deviate here. That is what I was looking for. I am buzzing with anticipation to see what we are building right now. In my head, it does not compute quite yet of what we're doing. Let's see. Got it. This piece right here is a little weird. I am... What? Oh my gosh, what? Alright. So we just built the side of the Falcon. So the red parts were actually the engines. That's kinda nuts. And we get our first minifigure in bag number 6. We get a couple of different options here. We've got the black, and the white. Now, because this is Jedi Vader, we're going to put the white cape on him. And there we go. There is the Darth Vader. Actually, there is a Darth Vader. I'm gonna sit him over to the side because the Millennium Falcon is already gigantic. Throw this extra lightsaber hilt over here. Bring this back over here. Oh, the stickers are getting stuck, but there it is. There we go. And where is this all going? And right there, we've got what I just did. Just a couple of sweet nothings to be dealt with. There we go. Over here we've got this side all finished up there. I don't know about you all, but I have been really lacking in the amount of Star Wars shows I've been watching. I have seen part of Season 1 of Bad Batch at this point. I have not seen Andor. I've seen Clone Wars, but Bad Batch. I've seen Rebels now. I have not seen much of the new stuff. And I need the hooks. While I do want to watch it, and I will formulate ideas on my own about how I feel about things, I do find myself just choosing to watch, movies or other movies because I really have been enjoying movies lately, which is something I've always liked, but I've been making more time for it recently, and it's been an absolute blast for me to be able to give myself some time there and, watch a movie for the enjoyment. And you might be thinking, how hard is that? Well, going to school, the first thing I went to college for was animation. So I started to basically look at everything animation through a micro lens, and that all kind of made me start to enjoy movies, like animated movies, less and less. And then when I started going down the acting field, I started breaking down live action, so my love for animation was not fully back yet at that time, and then I was also starting to not dislike movies, but grow distant, is the best way I can put it. And considering that was my favorite thing to do, that was very unfortunate. I see, it's in my hand. But now that I've had a little bit of time away, I was able to kind of rediscover who I was as a person, because I was always trying to be someone else's version of what they wanted me to be. And it certainly wasn't easy. There was a lot of moments that I felt like, maybe just go and do something you don't want to do and be happy with the consistency that brings to your life. But it was at that moment when I truly, truly thought to myself, would I rather a life where I don't enjoy much of anything and become sour, or do I make moments where I can make them? Do I spend my time much wiser doing things that I love than doing things that just are easy? And for a little bit there, I was very much not even doing my own job right, let alone YouTube. And so I had to step away, and not everybody has the opportunity to step away. And it's not easy. Sometimes you lose people you used to care about in that situation. Sometimes you don't. But if you're losing people that you used to like, it's usually because you've realized and you've grown into a new and improved version of yourself. These engine parts are really cool. I like how I can go all philosopher's stone on you and then just have a smile on my face. That just shows you, how far I personally have come, that I can have that little talk and then just be happy with what I'm doing. And what I'm doing makes me happy, and that is very, very important to me. Not everybody gets the opportunities that I've gotten in life, and it's almost like a responsibility in my head to take advantage. I think, being able to do this and also being able to act and follow my dreams. It's like I said, not everybody gets to do that. And, sometimes you fall out of practice, and you do, in fact, lose sight of the important things. I am jumping so far ahead right now. There we go. But moral of that story is, don't always listen to the madman that rambles. Maybe he knows what he's talking about, maybe he doesn't. That is, as they say in Family Guy, for the jury to decide. We're coming to the end of bag number 6. Slowly, but surely. Okay, so, complication. All right. That is a problemo. Not too bad. The all too familiar quick draw. Section of the video. When I say that there's no negative meaning behind it, it's I'm locking in, basically, is the best way I can put it, and getting some stuff done here. And it connects huge. This is what we're dealing with so far. We get the very, very interesting part where we're going to connect all of these together. And now we move on to bag number 7. We are getting there, slowly but surely. with very few mistakes, I might add. And bag number 7 is going to have Darth Ray. There we have it, Darth Ray, straight out of the Rise of Skywalker. This makes sense why there were 3 capes in with the Jedi Vader cape. Speaking of the Rise of Skywalker, as we continue on and put this here real quick, that is right in the middle. I remember seeing it in theaters, and while I can admit it was not peak Star Wars, I will say it was a pretty fun little Star Wars movie. I know that the bar should be higher than that, but I did enjoy it. There's quite a few pieces that we need right here, actually. Pieces look so much bigger on the actual page than they are in real life. But, the story overall was good. I can admit when I wish things had been different, but I didn't fully hate it, I enjoyed the character of Rey a lot. I thought Daisy Ridley's interpretation was pretty solid. It won't be like the Phantom Menace where everybody was hating on it for a long time. And then people of, like the early 2000s kids that watched it, and those kids grew up, and it started to come out that a lot of people seemed to like the Phantom Menace all of a sudden. And I feel like early 2000s kids have been on that ship ever since, they first saw the movie. Now, I know there's a split, there's Jar Jar and there's the split of Ewoks. That's a major thing. Which, if you're still here and you're still awake, let me know down below what your thoughts on both Jar Jar and, if you would like, on Ewoks. I know people that love Ewoks. I know people that hate Ewoks. Because they're these weird little bear creatures. Their words, not mine. I think I would be remiss if I didn't give you an in-depth analysis of the Gettysburg Address. Now, I do want to talk about Solo, though, and you're probably wondering how do those match up. And I say to you, it's 2:45 in the morning. So, good night, good morning, a little bit of both, but Solo is one of those things that I do have a pretty strong opinion on. That's not just like The Rise of Skywalker. I absolutely loved Solo. I once again saw it in theaters. I am basically at the movie theaters every weekend because that's kind of my thing. But Solo in general, I remember absolutely loving, but I knew what was going to happen because of The Last Jedi. I knew there was going to be a lot less love than Solo deserved when it came out, because there was the whole thing about boycott Solo, and I wasn't gonna boycott Solo. What, are we forming a union as Star Wars fans? No. So I did go and see it opening weekend, and man, just the whole story honestly was fantastic. I loved it from top to bottom. There we go. That was almost bad. But I thought Kira, played by Emilia Clarke from Game of Thrones, if you know Daenerys Targaryen, you know Emilia Clarke. I loved her as Kira. I thought the character as a Star Wars character freaking rocked. I thought whenever Woody Harrelson, I loved Woody Harrelson's small part in this. Well, small, but am I confusing Woody Harrelson being in this with the Hunger Games right now? I'm not 100% sure, but no, okay, he was. Seriously, Woody Harrelson is like in everything, and it starts to like, the line starts to blur sometimes. But starting from the beginning of the movie, I thought seeing Solo, get recruited basically into the military for the Empire gave a lot of context into, like why he doesn't really mess with them. Or when I say mess, I mean like why he doesn't want anything to do with them, short of being a smuggler, that is. Now, I will say, jumping way ahead, I was beyond flabbergasted when I saw that they brought Darth Maul in. That blew my absolute mind in the theater. And I was there for it because it's not every day that you get your mind blown like that freaking hard. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, okay. I mean, when I go see movies, I don't look up spoilers. I never look up spoilers. I never look at, reviews for things. If I'm gonna go see it, I'm gonna go see it blind with only, the intent of enjoying it. That's why I don't really like giving movie advice or reviews, because I go to the movies to enjoy the movies. And I can guarantee it, I will find something that I enjoyed about the movie. Even if the worst case scenario is I really enjoyed the fact that I was at the movies. That is my favorite place in the world, is the movie theater. I was so lost when the movie theaters were shut down, and I was very, very lost when they almost shut down for good. And I don't just mean lost in the sense of like, oh, that really sucks. I mean like, I was looking for any even semblance of how to watch a movie and feel like I was in the theater. Like, I think that is when I bought a recliner. I bought a VR system, or I started buying 3D movies, or just movies in general that I could watch on there. And I would throw the VR on, go into like big screen or skybox VR, and watch movies that way. And I mean, I could probably learn to give better movie reviews, but I am so gosh darn tired of making every single thing I do into something. Need 2 of these. I enjoy YouTube. I very much enjoy YouTube. However, if I have to learn how to watch a movie one more damn time, I am going to lose my marbles. If you're wondering what just happened, I was just putting this little area together. It's like a really small area. The page does not do it justice of how it was at this moment he knew. So it's like I was saying earlier. It's like I said earlier, finishing that thought. I learned how to break down movies at a very critical level for the animation side of things, which means I was paying attention to pace and timing and spacing and all this other stuff. And then I started with the acting side, and I started paying attention to body language and, normal behavior versus abnormal behavior and all that comes with that. It is a black piece, 3-piece, here we go. Don't look now, but I'm on a roll at finding pieces. Dang, some real goat stuff just happened there. But I can't complain though about the fact, yes, for a while, my favorite thing in the world didn't mean as much. I still always loved going to the theater though. That never changed. That fact never once changed. It's just, I found it hard to find time at home to watch movies because at a certain point I developed this weird, I don't know if I'd call it like a kick or what, but I wouldn't call it that at all. But basically, I very much did not like watching movies or television when I went to bed because I felt like I was doing a disservice to the creator by not watching and enjoying the same as if I was going to be watching the whole thing and being awake the whole time. And it's such a weird thing, it even sounds weird to me now, and I still have the problem a little bit. Not even gonna cap. But I just try my hardest, I try to find movies I haven't seen, and recently I've been on a bender on Netflix specifically, where I just watch a movie I haven't seen in a while or I've never seen, and there's a lot of stuff I haven't seen, so it's not like I'm short on any content. The other day, I actually recently, for the first time ever, watched Lord of the Rings all the way through. And I absolutely loved it. Like, it is so freaking good. And people told me it was really good. I just have to get to things on my own time. I'm one of those people, you know. But I like it. By the end of the movie, I was so, like, enthralled and sad and mad and all these feelings about, you know, how Frodo made it all the way back and that happened to him. I'm not going to spoil the movie for you, but, like, I literally, like, teared up. I was like, why? Why does it have to be this way? You know, he made it back. You know, Sam got his stuff together, and, you know, Pip and Merrin, you know, it was certainly a moment. It was like 1 o'clock in the morning, and I was just in my room by myself, just like trying to stop myself from tearing up, because it's really sad, you know. And I mean, actor. Being an actor, I have to be in touch with my, you know, emotional side of things a lot more than the average person would be. That immediately looks wrong. Oh, I see. They're bamboozling me. They flipped the POV. While I'm doing this, let me get these pieces, because this is messing me up. Making the little gunner setup up top here. I don't know how far into that we'll get, but no, Lord of the Rings is, like, I don't even know how to put it, like, underrated by me is the best way I can put it, because everybody else was, like, on top of it. I feel like it's not like Marvel or Star Wars anymore, though. Like, you have to see it. It's more of like, I just realized this is completely backwards. Would not have affected anything, but while I'm there, okay, it's in the middle. And that we have just built a little jail cell for Darth Vader. We're going to put Darth Vader in said jail cell. a surfboard. I was wondering what that was for. I guess Beach Luke is also riding this, so fair enough. But yeah, moral of that story is Lord of the Rings, absolute beauty of the movie. What just happened? There we go, quick fix. We are coming towards the end of bag number 7, so that is always a fun update. I believe we've officially crossed into real gamer hours. We're starting to get a little bit of a foundation going for this second floor here. Couple here, couple there are really starting to add up. I was hoping that I'd get an anchor piece for these long pieces soon, because they were wobbling like crazy. But yeah, this is our last piece from the main bag, so from here on it's just small pieces. What? Okay, I see. And it's time time to move on to bag number 8. Will light work for that bag? This set is so big. To be fair, it is definitely worth the price. Because sometimes sets are not very, very big. Where am I putting these? I see. Bit of a quick kerfuffle, but we got there. we are back to working on the sides here, at least for the time being. Alright, yeah, that's going to be our focus here. Ooh, is this going to be a walkway? It's the small things that get me. So, one thing that you didn't quite see was the fact that I finished bag number 8 and the recording stopped. So, luckily, that's not that much time lost. And that gives us a good opportunity to make the build last a little longer, because it really has been so much fun. And we're doing that twice. Just like that, we continue our journey. The rest of this bag is pretty light work, if I do say so myself. And the final piece of that goes there. Where does this little guy go? Right here. And then finally, yes, we will start by doing that. And just like that, we can move on to bag number 9. Which I've already got open over here. And we're going to first create Beach Luke. So we've got his body, his head, which is upside down right there, his cool beach guy hairdo, and his little blue milk here. And there he has his blue milk. And we're going to set that over there. And then we have Darth Dev, which we will start once again with his legs, then his cape, and finally we'll give him the dark lightsaber hilt. It has here the shiny one, but that doesn't feel like a Darth Dev lightsaber to me. We've got our pieces right here. So one thing I do want to talk about is the very beginnings of the Millennium Falcon. And you may have guessed what I'm talking about. Our next big subject is Solo, a Star Wars movie. When I first saw Solo was going to come out, I was actually very excited. I get that The Last Jedi had come out, and there was the whole boycott Solo movement. I personally was not a part of it. It's not like we, as Star Wars fans, are a union. So I went to see it opening night, as I always do with Star Wars movies. And I absolutely loved it. Now, don't get me wrong. I was pretty surprised when there was no opening crawl. It really threw me for a loop. But if memory serves correct, Rogue One was the same way. And I remember, I don't know if it was before fact or after the fact, but people really seem to enjoy Rogue One. There's what we added there. But starting off, I really liked the character of Kira. I thought she was an extremely interesting character that I wish, beyond like anything as a Star Wars fan, that we could get more information about her. I honestly wish we could just get Solo too. I seriously doubt that'll happen at this point, but who knows? I'm gonna attach these to the side here. And there we go. But to basically see what she went through, she seemed to love Han. And Han, got wrapped up in everything. He tried to get her out, and in the end, he was not able to, which was really unfortunate because then we never really got to see their relationship. If we had seen their relationship, I guess we would have never gotten Han and Leia. So there are silver linings to every part. Remember, Scotty, to always have the Lego in the direction that the directions have it, and you will be golden. Yeah, the character of Kira I was a big fan of, and I thought her arc was absolutely amazing. That's gonna go on the side. Fair enough. But outside of Kira, when it comes to that movie, I loved it as a Star Wars movie. It felt like a genuine Star Wars movie. It's a lot like how The Force Awakens was, and some people may say that's blasphemous. I mean, at the end of the day, I feel like we all saw The Force Awakens as just a reintroduction, almost like a love letter to Star Wars. We need a gray piece, and that's going to be all of this is going to be reversed. I definitely forgot rule number 1 there. is that. And we have here we've got that. Ah, I see. And that is going to add to here. And there we go. So, more on Solo. Solo, to me, like I said, felt like a reintroduction into like what we had known as Star Wars. It felt like a brand new Star Wars story. I was very happy with it. I know bad timing really messed the movie up, and it sounds to me like people have come back and started to want a Solo sequel. Which makes me very confident. Now, I will say, I would just like a Star Wars movie in general. I absolutely love Star Wars. I mean, if you couldn't tell. And I'm very bad at keeping up with the TV shows. I've never been a fan of, the old-fashioned watch a show every single week. It releases this day, so just be there. I am just not a fan of the format. I feel like at that point I might as well wait for it all to be out and I can watch it all at once. I'm just going to line these sides. But yeah, the heist in Solo was one of my favorite, new Star Wars moments. The heist where they rob the train, in my opinion, is just a lot of fun. This is going to go here. And don't even get me started on the idea of basically knowing who your friends are. Keep your friends close, but your enemies closer. What really got me with that movie, though, was the appearance of a one Darth Maul, or just Maul. I don't know if we can even call him Darth anymore. I actually don't think we can, so it would just be Maul. That there is not a lot of information right here. There we go. Had to line it up for a second. And we need the small piece, right? No, we need the corner piece. And just a couple more pieces here. And there we are. That is what we've been working on. Right there. And I believe, yep, that is the final piece of bag number 9. We are absolutely booming through this. do like this little block here. It's got little etchings inside of it. It looks very cool. It's not quite like the others. I feel like I just quoted a 2000 song and at the same time quoted Kendrick. If you remember, one of these things is not like the other song. That's the song I'm thinking of. And if this is in the future, and you're wondering what Kendrick song, Not Like Us, is what I am referring to there. That right there is strange. Why do I have two random pieces here? I am not sure. But finally getting to work on this front part of the Millennium Falcon again. But yeah, finishing what I was saying, because I don't think I did. Darth Maul coming in blew my mind, and it's what got me so excited about Star Wars' future from there. It was okay up to that point for me. I just liked the fact that we were getting Star Wars for the first time in a very long time. And it's fair that not everyone shared that sentiment. But you have to think. Well, you don't have to. I'm not anyone that can make you do so. But point being there is, I was born right when, I grew up during the Clone Wars era of Star Wars. I remember seeing Cartoon Network. I remember seeing one episode when I was young. There we go. I will finish that thought in a moment. There we go. Those are difficult right there. But I grew up during the Clone Wars era. And basically the only episode I ever saw was... I always forget the episode exactly, but it's the episode when General Grievous is basically being chased down, and there are a bunch of trains. Not really trains, but they're supply movers inside of one of the capital ships, if I remember correctly. and C-3PO, and there we go, there's where we needed it. C-3PO and R2 are there, and I believe it's most likely that Anakin and Obi-Wan are there. However, I'm going off of a commercial for an episode that basically I had to watch and then go straight to bed because it was long after my bedtime at the time. But when I was younger, I didn't have Cartoon Network. There was just one episode that I was able to catch. The rest came when I couldn't watch. I grew up basically watching satellite, so a lot of the GOAT PBS Kids shows. My favorite of them all, and me and my friends have this conversation all the time of which PBS Kids show was the best. My personal favorite, and one that I hated to miss, was Martha Speaks. And you're probably like, we're building a Star Wars Lego set. Why are you talking about Martha Speaks? And it all just kind of links up into myself overall, and that is basically why I couldn't see shows like the Clone Wars, but I have seen them now. Eventually, my friend came over to my house, and we didn't watch the Clone Wars per se, but he may have forgotten to log out of his Netflix account, and I binge-watched the entire series before I was removed. We are actually making pretty good time on these recent boxes. I did not realize we're over here talking about Martha Speaks and the Clone Wars and Solo. There's so much good about Star Wars. Honestly, I remember going to Star Wars Celebration in, I believe, 2021? Whatever year the California one was. And it's something that I've been doing more recently, is getting out to celebrations like that. I have a not comic convention, it's more of an anime convention that I like to go to. Even though I don't like anime like I like Star Wars, I do enjoy myself in the festivities. It gets me out of the house, and Lord knows I need that. Don't look now, but this seems, at least, to be towards the end of the bag. We are making fantastic timing. And that's going to attach right to here. And there we go. We nearly have sighting on the entire Millennium Falcon. Ah, yes. Victory. We need to now build the man, the myth, the Gungan, Darth Jar Jar. And like a boss, he has got a double-sided lightsaber in one hand and a drink in the other, just to let you know that it's a no contest. There is the myth, the legend, Darth Jar Jar, and one of the more sad moments in recent Star Wars, the red-eyed, and in this case bounty hunter, C-3PO. First up, this is all fun and games until I have to start opening bags again. In which time we will slow down just a little bit, because then I've got to start finding pieces, because right now I've got everything set up a little bit, not a large amount, but a respectable amount, you know. I need a 4-piece here. Actually, no, I didn't. So, just thinking, we're talking on the Falcon itself, but I haven't really been acknowledging the fact we'll just steal a piece from over there. I have not acknowledged the fact that this is the Dark Falcon. Too much. guess I can kind of see what we're going for here. I need a 4-piece. Basically, when I reach over there, I've got just spare pieces. And I've got that. And I need another 2-piece. Let's see. Okay. Do I have this one too high? One, two, three, and the sides. It was just a very tight fit. Makes sense. There is the seat we just built right in the middle there. And it looks like we're going to need this a little more here. So, got this going here. We just built what looks to be the control panel, and now we're building what looks like a couple of snoozing racks, aka some beds. we've got the beds right there. And we're just going to duplicate that process one more time. And it looks like we're going to put them in the back corner of the ship. There we go. I feel like every time I am tapping on something right now, it is doing something weird. So, bringing this back over. I'm going to try to do a big brain play here. Because this is so deep, it's got to hook into the bottom here. So I think as much as it says it goes and sits down in it, I think it is literally just it sits down in it. And that is a little garbage can right there. What are we rocking here? The little controller. I like how this one already has its stickers on. They knew. Okay. we go. There we have it. I will put Luke in here. And he's on vacation, so he's sitting back a little. But there is the room we just did, this back gaming room. Which means we are on to bag number 12. Now that we are in the thick of things, I want to share a little more. Mainly about this entire Lego build. But first, we must find this piece. So, the reason why many, oh wow, we've got the boarding ramp installed now. That's actually kind of cool. I really like that. I really do like that. So one of the things I said earlier in the video was that I had to redo the 8th box. Now, if you have come this far in the video, I would like to tell you that it was a few more than just the 8th box that I missed out. Actually, this is the first box since, or bag since bag number 8 that there's actually a lot here to unpack. I'm very nervous to just sit it upside down, but it should be fine. So, what I was saying was, I ended up realizing after filming bags 8, 9, 10, and 11 all the way through that my recording stopped at roughly page 163. And for some context there, that was about 60 pages that I had done not filming. And, I could say anything I want, but I do genuinely want to do this video with you. I don't the entire time I was gone from my channel, I did not do a single video Lego wise. I did not do a single build Lego wise. They all sat dormant because I told myself that I would basically wait. And I told myself that the only way I wanted to do them was basically with you guys. And that is how it happened. I even bought several more sets and still did not do them. Because at the end of the day, oh, that is sick. That is the gun on the bottom. That's very, very cool. At the end of the day, I truly love you all. And, life is boring. And that's coming from, I can say this now, but that's coming from someone who's been on sets of movies, TV shows. I was a background on Cobra Kai, the most recent season. And I'll tell more stories about that when the entire thing is out. I don't want to tell any stories and ruin it for anybody. We're actually building 4 of these, so let me get the pieces. All ship shape 3, 8 of those. Set these, yep. One, 2, 3, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. But I've been on sets of shows from English Teacher on Hulu to the upcoming Peacock title of Fight Night and Cobra Kai and a couple of others. But when I say life is, I wouldn't say boring, but it's so much better when you can share moments like this. Moments where it's just you, and the best way I can put this is almost like a couple of your buddies. That's kind of how YouTube feels to me. Is I'm making YouTube for a couple of my buddies. And for reference, none of my friends even know what this channel is, to my knowledge. I tell them I've been doing YouTube, and that is about it. At the end of the day, I am owed nothing on YouTube or by YouTube or from you guys. I am owed absolutely $0. I can just enjoy the fact that even one person likes this video, not just this video. One of my favorite things to get is comments. I try to get back to as many as I can. We've got all 4 set up there. Ooh, we're doing landing pads, I'm just seeing. Tell me I get to flip it back over. Tell me I get to flip it back over. Yes. Oh my gosh. That is cool. That makes all of it worth it. No, but back to what I was saying. I do this for almost, I don't know if friendship is the right word. I mean, I do it, let's just say at the worst case scenario, I do it because I feel like I have more friends in this world by doing this. But I truly do it because I enjoy you all. I've talked and had conversations with many people on different types of videos, whether it be hockey videos or roleplay videos or any of the works. And saying some of this stuff, I am basically saying it to the 1%ers right now. It applies to pretty much everyone, but this is a very long video and I totally understand that fact. So I know some people may be having this on in the background. Where exactly does this go? I mean, I can literally see where, but... Am I missing something here? Is that... it can't just slide in. Slide it in for now, but that feels so wrong. Pause, what did I just say? That is something I've been doing. I've been recording me and my friends playing games, and we're on all sorts of topics right now. This is a 5-6 hour build, but I realized the true importance of, recording gameplay with your friends. Because there are so many moments in my friend group where, we were having so much fun in the moment, where there are moments like in GTA, singing Backstreet Boys with the homies. And now that the group isn't quite the same anymore, those moments will not come back. And I told a friend this recently. The reason I'm always willing to do stuff and why I make as much time as I can for those I consider friends is because some point down the line that is actually the best sticker placement I've ever had right there. Of course, it's when I'm talking about the homies too. Alright, so what are we dealing with here? But basically, we will never get those moments back, and they weren't recorded in anything but our memories. So, which side does this go in? There it goes. So that is what kind of taught me the value in something like, I think I paid like 100 and that's the hatch. That right there is the hatch. Open, close, open, close, open, close, open, close. But I think that once we get older, I don't know this for a fact, but I feel like when we can't move as well, we are going to remember life through the highlights. And that basically means the less highlights you have, the less you'll have to remember. So that is why I'm so willing to do stuff with my buddies, my friends, and everyone around me. Not too bad of placement if I do say so myself. Oh, we're making another gunner door right here. Or not door, literally the gun. If there's a couple franchises that as a fan and as an actor I would love to be a part of. And I'd be lying if I said that Star Wars was not one of them. I hope it helps that I know a lot about some of the lore. I hope it helps that I have experience in broadsword. I know they're moving a little more towards something like samurai saber styles, but there will always be word. That is dope. Like tutu pew pew type thing, you know. Ah, I see. So, this is basically supposed to be like this. It's supposed to be both of the gunner seats. That's why it just slides down in and out, like so. If you're still here, and still awake, you get a little bit of an opportunity here. I would like to hear from you all. On the idea of, do you like how I did the first half of the video with, the bag opening sounds? I feel like they are a little extreme sometimes. And so I'm very curious to hear from you all. A, would you rather more of what I just did there, where I had bag number 13 already open and ready to go? I could just get the Lego sounds involved and not so much the bag. Or do you like the bag sounds? I think we're still making some pretty good time here. And right here, we're going to go back with a piece there. And 2 connectors there. I was going to say, I hope, things were not adding up for a second there of what was going on. I know I saw this little piece, so we're definitely making the wings right now. But that was lost on me for a second. Of what in the world was I doing? Very excited to see what this looks like. These are the points of the Millennium Falcon. They'll go over, basically, if the Falcon's middle part in the front is here, it'll go on this side and this side. And that is very exciting that we're at that point. Three, four, five. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. There's a little bit of calculus going on here. By calculus, I mean counting. Sounds like it's going to rain soon. It is crazy. It was like it didn't rain for weeks. We had the dry spell in the United States, and then all of a sudden it was just like, actually, we're going to rain for a while. The good thing is theoretically speaking, I can keep recording if the power were to go out. And now that I've said that, there have been several times in this video that I've said things, and they were basically my immortal last words after I said them. That corners nicely there. will say the other movies I would love to find myself in are Marvel. I think would be a lot of fun. I know someone that was an actual, speaking role actor in one of the more recent movies. Or Avatar. I think Avatar, I could get in around one of the next few movies if I'm lucky. But I think those film somewhere that I am not, so it would have to be a case where I actually get the part. This entire time I have been recording, I've had Epic the Musical running on a loop through my head. Mostly the newest saga, the Thunder Saga. And if you're watching this in the future when it's done, I truly hope you enjoy it, because waiting for a new part, the only reason I don't have more of when are you going to release the next part attitude is because I like to learn all of the songs, and I can only do that so fast. Okay, it says looking good. We're actually running low on pieces, to be fair, which means all good things. I'm getting ahead of myself a little bit there. I am now seeing that fact. Ooh, we're getting some of the pieces too. So, we'll start there. We're getting some of the pieces that have to do with the second layer fully being complete. Wow, 7, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. just gonna take this off real quick. See what I'm rocking. Quick and easy fix, just like I like. I knew we were going for this circle look, and there was no way that was going to work out. If in fact it's actually one further down. Nope, the circle is going to go around this empty square. I can't say that didn't make things easier, that piece coming off. And now we have our first wing complete over here. If that's what we're even gonna call it. I don't think that's what we are gonna call it, but for now, that is all I know to call it. So, we're finishing up bag number 13. Give yourself a pat on the back. I know this set just came out, but I am very happy with not just how fast I can do Legos these days, but how much fun it has been. Oh, we're getting nitty-gritty now, huh? thought it had that little piece. That really helps. The zoom in really incredibly helps. That is the end of bag number 13. Moving on. To what seems to be the other wing. I did some loose math the other day, and I found out that when I first started this channel, I had just started my Lego journey, and it took me about 2 hours to do a roughly 400 piece, or it took me about an hour and a half to do about 400 pieces, which is not fast at all. That is right around 225 pieces roughly per hour. My math is probably super off right there, but the message of this story is not that one. The point is I started off very slow. I started off new to Lego building on my own. And then I kept going and getting faster until I get to today, where the first basically 7 bags or 8 bags. No, I did the math for the first 6 bags because I had to make sure my camera was recording and everything, so I took a little bit of a step away to get that done. I did roughly 637 pieces in right around a 2-hour window. Which means I have gotten almost 100 pieces faster at doing these builds. Just double checking. Would have been a very bad time for something to go wrong on that level. But everything is okay day. We are once again, coming to the end of the bag. This time while connecting, we are not going to have the same issue as the other side. Purely because this side does not have a little cockpit area. Dude, that is awesome. And the final step, put this little piece in here. Actually, that went in very, very easily. 3. Count it. 3 more bags. Starting with bag number 15. We are almost there. In a loose sense of the word, at least, we are almost there. I'll roll up these sleeves and get back to work. Getting real goofy with it here. We are, I just realized, in the 400s, which is big. In another way to put that would be, we're in the big times now. AKA, when you go big time. I hope for some of you that stirred a little bit of something. That does not work. see why that is not working. Because this silly pig, or silly goose, did not go to the market like he should have, and now his wife is pissed at him. There we go. That simple, easy fix. We're getting real jiggy with it right now. What we are most likely making, not 100% sure on this fact, but I feel like right now we are making the top of the Falcon. This certainly does not give me a lot to go off of. It's like a choose your own adventure at this point. And that should be going off the side there. That certainly was a series of events. Alright, we need 3 of these. Oh, okay, simple. Love to see the anchors get some love there. I don't know what it is, but anchors really just make everything feel super safe. And that's exactly what we are doing now. It's putting anchors all across this little wing section, because I always feel a little worried. I mean, at the end of the day, it is Lego, not like losing my mind worried, but I do not want it to fall apart either, so that is where that comes from. And a 2-piece. Oh wow, we are anchoring quite a bit here. Lego was really like. We can tell that you're not super pumped on how sturdy this feels, so let us help you. There it is. Dang, and we're putting pieces down here. Sheesh. And where does this piece go? Flipping it over. We're going to start with these pieces and then stumble upon that other piece that we need here. Yes, it was stuck in another piece. Ooh, so we're actually about to put this on. Actually, pretty good placement right there for the sticker. Now set that off to the left, because we're going to need it very soon. And that is, we're golden right there. And because we now have the landing pads, we can just sit this on top of that. And where do we attach this? Over here. we are going to use these little pieces right here. And now it's safely on there. Another W sticker right there. putting the holes in does not inspire a ton of faith, but we out here and we ballin'. quicker that time. We have the last 2 stickers going on as we speak. Once again, the placement seems to be getting better for me. We've also got a couple more pieces here. Stickers are done. We can throw that off to the side literally. And our last step, and this will complete the top of the back of the Falcon, lies once again with one of these connector pieces. And there we are. We are done with bag number 15. And we are right into... Hold up, what is this? Ah, that is what we just did. So, we once again reach ourselves into the bag of big pieces. And that is gone. Going to migrate some stuff real quick. need 3. 2 pieces, not 2 3 pieces. Cool. How exactly? And it is on there like that. And we start with and rolling. Oh, okay. I see. Great Scott. I think we've got it. And we are just about finished with this bag number 16. This is getting very, very close. We are officially in the 500 section as well. So, I hope by now you are asleep or relaxed, or maybe this just helped you get your mind off of something. It certainly got my mind off of the fact that I had to do several steps again, because I was very upset when that happened. But I used a term earlier in the video that I try to stay true to a little bit, which is the idea of thugging it out. That is the best way I can put it, because I refuse to use the bootstrap analogy. Oh. I cannot tell. And it appears that we are on to the last bag here. Showing you in full view, this is what we are working with. It is looking awesome, and we have only one bag left. However, there are many other Lego videos on this channel. There will be many more Lego videos on this channel. So, if you've enjoyed, don't worry. The only fitting way to spend this final bag is basically one, to have some problems, but two, to finally talk about the Millennium Falcon and its many, many uses in the original trilogy specifically. I've been saving this for a little bit now. I wanted it to be a topic that we discussed, and I think now is the perfect time to bring it up. Starting with the first time we get to see the ship with Jabba in the background, if, depending on what version you're watching, Jabba and Han talk, and we see the Millennium Falcon in the background. From there, it just became a thing of not even legend, because we have evidence of its being and beauty. Then, of course, we get the spy, the Imperial spy, that finds and reports Luke and Obi-Wan and what they are doing. That's when we get the epic shootout in Star Wars, or Star Wars A New Hope, depending on which one you want to call it. Next, the big next thing is them getting chased through the asteroid field, and one of my favorite but silliest moments in the first movie, well, my favorite silly moment in the first movie, the sock puppet. I think the sock puppet was super funny and goofy and all of that type of stuff. Now, in newer versions, I know they've did their best to make it look more like a monster, but to me, that thing just looks like a sock puppet. I'm not 100% sure that that's what it is, but I'm pretty sure that's what it was. I think one of my favorite moments with the Falcon included one in A New Hope would be when he comes to Luke's aid at the end of the movie for the Death Star run. And we get that iconic Yahoo from Harrison Ford, aka Han Solo. But I think overall, I feel like The Empire Strikes Back has the best all-around moments with the Death Star. We've got the escape from Hoth, and Han eventually taking Leia. Then we've got the Cloud City. The Cloud City is one of my favorite parts of the original trilogy. I think, top to bottom, that is a fantastic location. And I always just enjoyed it. There's a lot to love about Cloud City. There's the duel between Vader and Luke. There's the iconic "No, I am your father." There's the love and loss between Han and Leia with the "I love you," and him hitting her with the old-fashioned no slack in here, no nonsense answer of "I know." Let's see. This right here. Okay. There we go, it all adds up. And then, of course, in Return of the Jedi, the most iconic part has to be the group flying to Endor and getting nearly spotted, but Vader lets them through. I can't believe I forgot this, but, well, I didn't forget it, but I forgot to say it. The most iconic Star Wars moment with the Falcon has to be the group escaping just after Obi-Wan becomes one with the Force. Because in that moment, he screams, "No," and promptly gets shot at by a large number of stormtroopers. We are right at the end. I was considering doing a time lapse and putting it in the bottom corner so that you could kind of go back and watch some of the highlights. I guess you could say it's a time lapse, so it's going to be going quick. It's going through the middle. And that is going to go I see. Right there. And I think that is it, but I'm going to put that time lapse in. We're going to see how it works, and it's basically just going to be your ability to rewatch everything we've done for the last few hours. Just double checking. What in the world? Okay, that is what it's for. And I hope you like that little part. I want to try to get better, even better, at these builds. I really, really love Fred's Voice's Lego ASMR builds, so that is kind of who I want to try to be a little more like. Because now that I am starting to build these a bit faster, I can start to play within the margins of the build. And finally, checking if there's any more pages. There is. We're just loading up the guns here, just in case any of those spies told on us. And it looks like we have a little hidey space for our final bullet or beam. And it is right there, right next to where they sleep. So that appears to be it. Just going through final checks and all of the build. Closing the thick book. I want to thank you so much for watching. Hopefully you're asleep. Hopefully this provided some sort of relaxation. Let's put these minifigures on here. And I overall just hope you had a good time here. There's our big three, and we're gonna put C-3PO back here. And Beach Luke is in his little gaming area in here. So once again, thank you so much for watching. I will see you in the next video.